presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are so.
It's another beautiful day for baseball here in Chicago, Illinois, and another packed crowd will join us at Wrigley Field for Game 3 of our 4-game weekend set. It is the marquee matchup in the National League today. It's the Braves and it's the Cubs on a glorious afternoon for baseball. Hi again, friends. Chip and Joe. Welcome back to Wrigley Field, where Game 3 is an intriguing ball game. Young guy versus old guy. Lucas Sims goes for the Braves. Jon Lester for the Chicago Cubs. Joe, you've said so many times, Major League Baseball is constantly a game of adjustments. Lucas Sims seems to have made a few of late.
I'm loving watching the guy pitch. I don't know if it's because he's just got good ability or if it's because he has such a strong will and a determination to win. He's been very aggressive, pounding the strike zone. He doesn't throw overly hard, but he throws hard enough, and he's got a good slider. And his last 3 starts have really proven that he belongs here and can pitch at this level. Beginning next year, I think you'll see a real good starting pitcher in the Braves rotation in Lucas Sims. 3.12 ERA over those 3 starts, 6 to 13 walks to strikeouts, low batting average against. He will have his work cut out for him today.
Because he's facing the world champion Chicago Cubs, and they're getting Jon Lester back. They had a big scare in his last start, shoulder and lat problems for the veteran left-hander.
He pitched a great game against Atlanta in their sweep at SunTrust Park back on July 17th. He's been very good, and no coincidence, that's kind of when the Braves' downturn really started, was in that game. But while you look at these numbers, his last 6 starts, that's a little deceiving because he really had a rough time of it leading up to the disabled list with that sore shoulder. Had a horrible outing against the Cincinnati Reds. We'll see how he fares today in his first day back.
Yeah, in that game, he gave up 9 runs, 7 of them earned, and everybody in Cub Nation was very worried about Jon Lester, but he's back today on a glorious afternoon for baseball. We'll see how he and Lucas Sims fare in Game 3 of the series. Perfect afternoon for baseball. We'll get to lineups and first pitch from Clark and Edison right after this.
is brought to you by Academy Sports and Outdoors. For all, for less.
Welcome back into another beautiful afternoon here at Wrigley Field for Game 3 between the Braves and the Cubs. And as you well know, there is so much history here at Wrigley Field. It's one of the ballparks that these players look forward to coming to every single year because it's such a destination ballpark. But it is the second oldest ballpark in the league. So as you can imagine, it has some very unique features, and they added a new one this season, and those are the bullpens. So they used to be down the left and the right field foul lines. Now they're underneath the bleachers, and we got an inside look earlier today. So let's take you inside, show you around a little bit, because the most unique feature of those bullpens is the one-way glass. So from the outside looking in, it looks like the guys cannot see the field, but if you take them inside, they can watch the field. So they have chairs set up in rows where the players can sit, watch the game. They have monitors all over the bullpen for the areas of the ballpark that the players cannot see. And you can see there, 2 full mounds, extremely spacious. When I spoke to some of the guys, they said it almost feels like your own little secluded island in there because you can't hear anything. It's extremely quiet, and as you can imagine, it does require a lot more communication between the manager and the bullpen coach because the manager can't look into the bullpen and see what's going on and where his guy is and warming up. But that wasn't the original thing that the Cubs planned to do. They wanted to do something else in the outfield, but the ivy is protected by a city landmark ordinance, and that prevented a lot of the ideas that the Cubs came up with. But for now, they added those bullpens. They're very nice, they're spacious, air conditioned, and that's what the players got to work with. So that is one of the newest features to Wrigley Park, but we're hoping that here at Wrigley Field we won't see that door opening too much here for the Braves as Lucas Sims is taking the mound for the Braves in Game 3. He'll hopefully go the distance for the Braves and put them on the board with a W here in Chicago. But Chip and Joe are taking it back as we get closer to first pitch.
Is sponsored by your local Ford dealer and the Georgia Lottery. Atlanta Braves baseball is brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Let's go places. And SunTrust. Baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity delivers the fastest internet and the most Wi-Fi coverage throughout your home. And by Delta Airlines.
Just about time to play ball here at Wrigley Field on a Chamber of Commerce Saturday afternoon. Gorgeous weather, few cirrus clouds overhead, cerulean blue skies, as Vin Scully would call them, with the wind blowing in off Lake Michigan. A perfect afternoon for the Braves to pick up their first win against the Cubs this year. Joe, to do that, they've got to find a way to beat veteran left-hander Jon Lester, who toils today for Chicago.
Yeah, he's 33 years old now, 6'4", 240 out of Tacoma, Washington. And as you said, it couldn't be a better day to pitch, 70 degrees. And the wind blowing in, although not as hard as it did in the first two games of this series. Lester's 8-7, a 4.37 ERA, but he's coming off a start on August 17th where he only didn't get out of the second inning, gave up 7 runs and complained of shoulder soreness. He went immediately to the DL. This is his first start back. But check out these numbers against Atlanta. 8 starts, a 5-2 record, a 2 ERA. But with the Cubs in 4 starts, 3-0, 0.64. That's not a bingo number. And one of those starts was July 17th at SunTrust Park. 7 innings. He only gave up 1 run and won the game 4-3.
So Jon Lester back after his stint on the DL with lat and shoulder soreness. He will face a Braves lineup that's featuring 4 left-handed hitters, and the switch hitting Ozzie Albies batting second. Jon Lester against lefties, they're hitting 194 against him. Righties 270 against him. And as you mentioned yesterday, Joe, Lester does not like to throw to the bases. I wonder if the Braves will try to spark something with a little small ball in Game 3.
I asked about that, and I was told that they've done other things to try to cut down on the running game against him because he does not like to throw to bases. He's quicker to the plate. He holds the ball longer. He steps off. If there's an area where you might really be able to test him, it would be for Ender or for Albies to push a bunt down the third baseline and make him field it.
So let's see if that's in the game plan for Ender Inciarte, who's 0 for 13 in his career against Jon Lester, who's about to throw his first pitch since August 17th, when he gave up 9 runs in an inning and 2/3 against the Reds. Underway downstairs, ball 1.
Low 90s fastball, a lot of cutters, a lot of two-seam sinkers. And he's got to be right down in that area to be successful. He'll keep the ball down and move it to both sides of the plate. He'll mix in a curveball and a changeup, but it's cutters and sinkers primarily.
Back Ender off the inside part of the plate. 2 balls and a strike. 2-2. Ender's 2 for 8 in this series. He has 4 hits in the 5 games head-to-head against Chicago. And that one is whacked into left field for a base hit. Number 175 on the year for Ender. And an excellent start. Let's see if the Braves create a little havoc on the base paths now as Lester immediately goes to the stretch.
A little inside out swing, trying to make sure he didn't pull off the ball like he did the pitch before, and it served him well. Base stealers, you would think it would have a real high percentage against him. They don't. They have stolen 14 out of 25 attempts, and you got a catcher back there today who has a real good arm. One of the things you got to guard against is getting too big a lead where your first move is back to first before you break.
Ozzie Albies, the Braves second baseman, takes a strike. Ozzie's hit safely in 11 of his last 13 games. His average up to 269 for the year. That's driven toward right. Hayward near the wall, near the line, runs out of room. And Ozzie back to the plate, behind in the count 0-2.
I'm told that Lester has 1 pickoff this year.
Really?
Yeah. Tony Pham, the Cardinals, had like a 20-foot lead, and Anthony Rizzo was standing at first base waving. Just throw it. Throw it. One hop it. I'll catch it. And they picked him off.
No balls, 2 strikes. Again, it's a huge lead for Ender. Another half step. And as a base stealer, that's got to be a very comforting feeling, knowing that 95% certainty he's not going to try to pick you off at first base.
Even if you don't run, those middle infielders on a ground ball are at a disadvantage because you're going to be right on top of them on a double play chance.
I mean, look at where his lead is. Those are big cutouts. Now he's going. The pitch is low. Rivera's throw, short hops, quick tag, but late. And Ender Inciarte has a stolen base. That is number 20.
Number 20 with a month to go. Baez with a quick hard tag got Ender right in the stomach. Boom. Not a good pitch to throw on for Rivera. Handled nicely by Baez.
Another huge lead for Inciarte at second base now with a 2-2 pitch. That's fouled behind the screen.
And in thinking about it, Chip, if you want to steal a base, steal third. You know, you don't have anybody holding you on. You can get a huge lead, and provided your base coaches let you know if anybody tries to sneak behind you, you can get a huge initial lead and then a walking secondary lead.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Battle here with Ozzie Albies. And now Baez in for a quick pep talk. He sees how big the lead is for Inciarte. Let's see if the Cubs try a little trickery here with nobody out in the opening inning.
This because you know Ender wants to go. But the old Cardinal rule, don't make the first or last out at third base, is probably in his head. Even though he's thinking I could probably just walk to third.
Full count pitch. And that's inside, ball 4. Lester with a long look in at Manny Gonzalez. Thought he had Albies struck out. And Instead, a hit and a walk has 2 on for Freddie Freeman.
John Lester and John Lackey are a lot alike in that regard. They think every pitch is a strike. Braves had a runner at second, nobody out yesterday in the first inning, and 3 straight strikeouts into the inning. Hopefully this good start to the game turns out a little better.
And if you're going to get Lester, the first inning might be the time to do it. Of the 86 runs he's allowed this year, 22 have come in the first inning. And a big chunk of those came in that last start against the Reds before he got hurt. So get him now or you might not. Strike 1 for Freddie. He's 0 for 7 in the series.
Albies has got to be heads up. Keep an eye on Ender if he goes. Ozzy's got to go.
Off the plate. Ball 1, strike 1.
And another slip by a pitcher on all that loose stuff that's on the mound here. Lackey and Fultonevich both almost. Fultonevich did fall down yesterday early.
That caught a corner. Freeman didn't think so. He's making Lester work. We're told there are no pitch count restrictions at all for John Lester. His first start back from the disabled list. Cubs will ride him as long as it makes sense here in game 3. He's piled up some first inning pitches though. 2 on, none out until Freeman struck out. And he's not having a good road trip at the plate. He's 3 for 21 now, and he's piling up the punch outs. 1 down.
Getting a little out on that front foot, taking his hands with him.
So Matt Kemp is the hitter. That's at 288 on the year. And he's 0 for 8 in this series as well. Down away, ball 1.
With Kemp up there, they had a shift on for him. You might remember in Philadelphia, the Cubs haven't shifted, but they've got Zobrist playing more up the middle, and that's going to cause Ender to kind of shorten his lead.
Ender broke for third and then slammed on the brakes.
And Rizzo was sneaking in behind Albies because when Ender stutter stepped, so did Albies, and he was way off the bag.
Lester is not seeing eye to eye with a home plate umpire. 2 balls and a strike. That ball was tipped, and it's 2-2.
One of the things I noticed about Matt's at bats yesterday, he struck out his last time up, grounded to short the time before that, and popped to short the at bat before that, is that it's unlike him to see him trying to pull the ball so much. You know, when he's at his best, he's wearing out right center field, and at least on this road trip, we haven't seen much of that. He's getting out and around pitches, or attempting to.
No chase, and now a full count. So let's manage along with Brian Snitker. Are you going to send the runners here?
Yes, I am, and rely on them being able to get a good jump on Lester.
Albies way off the first base bag. Ender way off the bag at second. 3 balls, 2 strikes. There they go. And Kemp pops it up right side. Rizzo stumbled for a moment. No matter, he has no play. It's deep into the Wrigley Field seats.
Zobrist makes me smile. I mean, who else do you see playing these days with big baggy pants, ankle choker stirrup socks? It's a great look. Kind of.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Again, the runners go. Kemp skulls one towards center. Charging hard. Ball's going to drop, and everybody's going to be safe. Wynn pushed that back toward the infield, and Kemp with a backspin pop up to shallow center. Loads the bases for the Braves, and it brings up Nick Markakis. That worked out.
It did, and in a way, you'd almost rather Ender just keep running. He's going to get doubled up if it's caught anyway. So just keep going, and if it does drop, you might get a run. And John Jay did them a favor. You know how outfielders will sometimes throw their glove up like they're going to catch it? That's almost a surefire sign that he's not. So nobody was really hustling back to their base.
So Lester looks a little frustrated here for the Cubs.
Watch him throw his glove up right there, like he was going to catch it. That told Ozzie I don't have to run back.
Quick visit from Chris Bosio as Lester's about to throw his 26th pitch. And he's facing a man that he's seen a lot, Nick Markakis. This is Nick's 87th career at bat against John Lester. He's got 20 hits head to head.
Well, I told you Lester needs to have the ball down to be successful. Oh man, I'm gonna make that call.
Everybody's complaining.
Yeah. Well, Nick's waiting for a pitch that he can maybe elevate so he doesn't hit into a double play. No.
Rivera stole a strike. It's 0-1. Bases loaded, 1 out. Lester hasn't thrown but an inning and 2/3 in about 3 weeks, and I think it shows. This is not a very crisp pitcher for the Cubs yet.
And that's why the Braves need to capitalize right here. Get some runs on the board. Because he may settle in, find his release point, and get better.
Hitters count 2-1. Foul back to even it up.
And that was, you see Lester kind of walking back up the mound like I got away with one there, but he wasn't anywhere near his target.
Command and control an issue for Lester in the early going. A lot of pitches. He's about to make his 30th. Bases loaded for the Braves, 1 out. Has yet to break through. Let's see what happens with this pitch. It missed the inside corner, and Lester again just disgusted with the strike zone. He actually turned his back to the umpire after that pitch was called a ball.
Yeah, he turned his back and walked up the slope.
So now he's got to make a 3-2 pitch. And Markakis didn't get it. Country hardball. Lester threw his letter best fastball right into the hands of Markakis, who didn't get it. 2 outs.
That was nowhere near the target. Similar to the one that he got strike 2 on when Nick swung and missed or foul tipped it.
So Kurt Suzuki, the final hope for the Braves in the first inning. He's looking for his first hit on the road trip. Lester with a couple of swinging strikeouts. Wants to keep Ender awake at third base.
And, well, Ender broke for home and was hoping to get a balk, but Lester had the presence of mind to step off.
Popped up. Unbelievable. Braves load him up. Can't score. Lester threw a ton of pitches. And the Cubs escape the top of the first. But it was effective. He had the bases loaded with 1 out. Got a strikeout and a pop out to keep the Braves off the scoreboard.
Boy, that would have been a big boost to Lucas Sims too, to have a couple of runs to work with. He makes his 7th start today, his first 3. Good numbers. His last 3, 0-3, but he's pitched a lot better than that. 5.71 ERA would indicate. 3 road starts. He's 1-2 there. 23 years old, 6'2", 225 out of Brookwood High School. You know that. Atlanta suburbs. His Ford Keys today. He's been aggressive. He needs to stay aggressive. Be on the attack on these guys. If they hit the ball and they hit it hard, don't change. Don't start nibbling. Don't risk a lot of walks. Get after them. You're going to need a good slider today, especially to the right-handed hitters, to mount up some strikeouts, something he had a lot of against Philadelphia in his last start. He struck out 7 in 6 1/3 innings.
And he'll have to tangle with John Jay, who's leading off in Game 3. He led off in Game 1 and was a real pain in the you-know-what. Jay had 4 hits and 5 tries, scored a couple of runs. In that game, Jay reached base 2 or more times in 11 of his last 19 outings. That was a foul ball. It seems quickly ahead. No balls, 2 strikes. Sims ready and brings it. And he just struck out John Jay. Good start for Sims. Jay retired at the top of the Cubs starting lineup. Kyle Schwarber hits second. Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo, Ben Zobrist, third, fourth, and fifth. Baez, Jason Hayward in right. Rivera, the catcher, hits eighth. John Lester, ninth. That's the Cubs Toyota starting nine. Here's Kyle Schwarber. He's 1 for 3 with an RBI. These guys had some big RBIs as a Cub. I think it's safe to say the one he picked up in the third inning yesterday almost shouldn't count.
I know.
I mean,
it made him laugh too, kind of like that catch he made in the first inning yesterday.
Another foul at the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. He had a little dribbler down the third baseline. Great play by Fultonevich to get it. And Mike from his knees threw to first. And Schwarber was called safe. Baez never stopped running with 2 outs in the play and scored from second on that 23-foot dribbler. Baez challenged the call at first. The call was confirmed, and the Cubs got the first run of the day. Outside ball 3 for Schwarber. 24 homers despite a .200 batting average. Popped him up. Who wants it? Dansby says he's got it, and he has it for the second out.
That's what I'm talking about with regard to be on the attack. 3-1. You know he's a dead low ball fastball hitter. Don't walk him in front of Bryant and Rizzo. Go after him, see what he can do with it. He threw a fastball for a strike. He popped it up.
I remember Sandy Alomar Sr. He was a coach here with the Cubs when I was broadcasting games here, and he said something that I've always remembered. You can watch the game or you can observe the game. We're all watching the game, but if you're paying close attention, there can be a great strategy to pitching in this park, no matter how ferocious the Cubs offense might be. With the wind blowing in like this, you can live with throwing high fastballs and let these guys see how far they can hit them. That's what John Lackey did to perfection in yesterday's game. Maybe Sims did the same thing to Schwarber, just elevated enough to have him get under it and pop it up. So if Lucas was observing that strategy, it might come in handy in game 3. Out of play for the reigning MVP, Chris Bryant. Six hits and 6 runs for Bryant on the homestand so far against Pittsburgh and the Braves. And now Sims ready with his 1-2 pitch. Cubs have had some great players wear their uniform. Chris Bryant's the first in franchise history with 25 or more homers in each of his first 3 big league seasons. And that one tipped and caught, and Sims buzzes through the Cubs lineup 1-2-3 with a couple of strikeouts. Atlanta back to work against John Lester. No score after 1. Baseball. Stay connected with a fully customizable experience. Get Braves home screen icons and app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcasts, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat today. Sims with an impressive 1-2-3 first. John Lester with a heavy workload in his opening inning. Back to work. After 32 pitches, he'll face Swanson, Ruiz, and Sims. Dansby was 1 for 3 yesterday. 0 for 4 in the opener, but did score a run. Lester got a quarter called there. 1-1 the count. After the top of the first, Rivera and Manny Gonzalez had a brief and seemingly pleasant chat about the strike zone. See if Lester gets a better call or two here in the second inning, but he is missing rather consistently.
Best thing about what Sims did was get Lester right back out there.
Yes, sir. Smoked. Ooh. Foul.
What's up, folks? Man.
Everybody all right? They won't call it the friendly confines for nothing. He's right on top of the action here. As Dansby awaits a 1-2 pitch.
How many pitches did he throw in the first inning?
32. Back to the mound. Lester will underhand to first. There's the first out of the inning.
This is how he gets the out on comebackers. Runs it about halfway over there.
Yesterday, the Braves were shut out for the 9th time this season. They tallied but 4 hits. The man in the batter's box had 2 of them. Nice return for Rio Ruiz from AAA. Ryan Snooker, the Braves manager, was very complimentary about his good work. These are obviously important at bats for guys like Rio Ruiz.
Rio finished strong at Gwinnett. Had several homers in August. So he was being called up at the right time. Sometimes just by coincidence, you know, guy's having a good year, but he may be in a little bit of a slump or down spell when he gets called up.
Out of play, 1 ball, 2 strikes. That foul ball is making a Dove very upset. He's perched right on top of the screen. A moment ago, he was sitting on one of the guide wires and had to flutter closer to the plate. See, that foul ball shoos him over toward the Braves dugout. That is a bird's eye view.
Well, it sure is. Good call.
1-2 pitch. It was off the plate.
One of the things that helped Lester last inning pitch and navigate his way through there was that he got strikeouts from 2 left-handed hitters. Good ones, though, Freeman and Markakis. But he came into the game with left-handers only hitting 194 against him for the year.
That'll improve as Ruiz is down on strikes. That's 3 for Lester, who suddenly set down 4 in a row. Lucas Sims, the Braves pitcher, will try to pick up his first hit. He's 0 for 9 at the plate. Imagine what it's like to play in your first big league game, then to play or pitch in your first major league home game, and then you get a chance to face off with a world champion John Lester and pitch in one of the game's grand old parks. That's what is on tap for Lucas Sims today. He's coming into this game pitching good baseball. As Joe pointed out earlier, a 3.12 ERA in his last 3 big league starts. The 1-2 pitch is a slow roller. Rivera will pounce. He'll throw to first. Look at Lester. He never moved out of the circle, did he?
Never moved all years, Renee.
And he makes the play. 3 up, 3 down in the Atlanta second.
Head to the home half of the second inning, and today is K Cancer Day. So Braves reliever Jason Mott and his wife Caitlin are the brains behind the Jason Mott Foundation. So for the 4th consecutive year, they sent out t-shirts to all 30 teams all around the league with team-specific colors, and the teams wear them during batting practice that day. Jason tells me that this is just one of the ways that they show support, raise awareness for this disease that has affected so many. And you can't say enough about what Jason and Caitlin do with this foundation, Chip and Joe. Even just, you know, what we've seen from them so far this season, in this last month alone. And there's just really nothing better than seeing these guys who have this platform as professional athletes and using it in ways like this. So great job to the Braves for pushing Jason Mott to do this, for Jason doing it, and for the teams all around the league for playing along with him wearing the shirts.
Good stuff, Kelsey. You're exactly right. And tip of the cap to the Motts for all they do and continue to do.
The man in the batter's box certainly knows a thing or two about childhood cancer. Anthony Rizzo is a lymphoma survivor, as is John Lester, the Cubs pitcher. In fact, it's been a big week for Anthony Rizzo. His foundation donated $3.5 million to the Lurie Children's Hospital here in Chicago, just down the street from our hotel at Northwestern University. That's the kind of stuff that I know I'm guilty of not reporting enough. So tip of the cap to Kelsey. That's a great story. And Anthony Rizzo was in tears when he announced the great work his foundation was doing. That one smacked into right center field. Ender cuts it off. Rizzo, big turnaround first, and backpedals to the bag. That's the first Cub hit, and it was a solid single to right center.
I'm glad Ender didn't hurt himself when he was planning to throw back to second. Slipped a little bit. Slider hung up. Again, you're going to give up some hard hit balls today, but keep attacking the zone. There's recovery by Inciarte.
We've been told that the grass out in Wrigley Field is not 100% right now. They have Like so many ballparks around the league, concert series during the summer. They had a Lady Gaga show here. And the outfield, you can see in spots, is a little lighter in color where the staging was placed. And you're right, Ender lost his footing. He could have torn up an ankle on that play. Lucky he didn't. One 1-0 for Ben Zobrist. And that's up and away, ball 2. Talked about it a lot. The Cubs have a very versatile lineup, not just in interchangeable parts and positions, but interchangeable spots on the lineup card. Zobrist is led off. He's hit second, and today he's hitting 5th for the Cubs. And he's way ahead of the count. 3 balls, no strikes. And he draws a walk. So 2 on, nobody out for Chicago in the second. Only the 10th walk issued by Sims in almost 36 innings.
Yeah, his walks haven't been an issue, but I think as a young pitcher you're probably prone to being careful. You give up a line shot base hit, and all of a sudden you try and make sure you don't make a mistake, and that's when you get too careful, and that's what's going to be a key for him today is stay aggressive.
Javier Baez, the Cubs shortstop. At least he is for now, until they get Addison Russell back. As we reported on Thursday, Russell had a setback on his rehab coming back from plantar fasciitis. He's lost for at least 3 more weeks. So that means Baez has to move from second to short. Zobrist pressing to almost everyday duty at second for the Cubs. This is Baez's 29th straight start at shortstop.
We all know that Addison Russell's a fine player and a real good athletic shortstop. Addison Russell's hitting .241, 10 homers, 36 RBIs. He made 11 errors at shortstop. Baez is hitting right at .270 with 20 homers, and he's made 14 errors. How many of those at shortstop? I don't know, but they haven't missed much.
He missed that ball by plenty. Sims struck him out as Baez swings wildly. That's one of the knocks on his game. He is almost impossible to walk. That's 122 strikeouts for him now this year, and the 3rd of the day for Lucas.
Big strikeout, you're right. He walked yesterday.
Yeah.
Baez walked yesterday, and he almost threw a party.
They retired his batting gloves.
Yes.
Here's Jason Hayward. Jason's got a 4-game hitting streak for the Cubs. He's 6 out of 15 in that stretch, hitting .258. And take it low. Ball 1.
6 for his last 26. Nice pitch.
One ball, 1 strike.
Oh, mercy, good try. Cutter spin on that.
Now it's 3-1. Rivera waits on deck. Got a piece of Kurt Suzuki. And Manny Gonzalez knew that had to hurt, so he walks the ball out toward Lucas Sims, and he'll get resupplied by the Cubs ball boy and let Suzuki gather himself.
Second one this inning.
The 3-2 is outside, and the Cubs have the bases loaded.
He got 2 strikes on change-ups from Hayward. 1 call, 1 foul tip. Went back to it again, but didn't put it close enough to get an offer. Only walked 1 in the 6 1/3 in his last start in Philadelphia. First pitch, fastball, hitter here.
Bases loaded for Rene Rivera. Oh! Caught a corner, a strike. Again, your keys pretty simple: attack and that slider.
That was a good one there, good slider.
Both of those would be excellent for Sims here in the second. No score. Big threat for the Cubs, their first of the day. Get him, then you've got John Lester, who's next for Chicago.
Good fastball there, 94. That's at the top end for Lucas. But ahead in the count now. You don't have to throw him a strike. Show him that slider. See if he expands his zone.
Swing and a drive down the left field line. Did he keep it fair? He did. It's off the foul pole. A grand slam. What really hurts, an 0-2 pitch.
Slider 2, Chip, a hanger. Obviously he was going to try to make him chase a bad ball, but I mean, you couldn't have put it on a tee. Look at Lucas's reaction. Oh no. Just hoping it hooked foul. It didn't, it hit the screen. Fans want a curtain call.
So John Lester now with a 4-0 lead. Looks outside at ball 1. His first career grand slam. And Sims was 1 pitch and 1 out perhaps from getting out of this inning with a scoreless game. Did you see that? There's Lester with a base hit to right. John Lester has never been known as a hitter. This year, though, he's really picked it up. In fact, Lester's hit a home run. He entered this season a lifetime .064 hitter. 10 hits in 157 career at bats.
I think his home run was the opposite field here too.
And so hits by opposing pitchers continue to be a big problem.
I was wrong. Oh no, that was at SunTrust Park.
Yep. Lester did it all down in Atlanta.
And he lives in the Atlanta area now.
That's the 41st hit the Braves staff has allowed to an opposing pitcher this season. And it continues the inning for John Jay, who struck out to start the game. Rene Rivera's hit a grand slam, his first and the 6th by the Cubs this year. The pitch is down in. 1 ball, 1 strike. lets him bite to it.
Yeah, you can't quit throwing it. I know a mistake on one cost him 4 runs a second ago, but you can't quit throwing it. Try it again.
Jay down on strikes again. So Sims has 4 strikeouts. 4 of his 5 outs recorded have been strikeouts. Lester still at first for Schwarber with 2 down. Schwarber popped out in the opening inning. Ball, 1 strike.
He needs to find that place he went to when he gave up those 4 runs in the first in a start. Was it Miami or somebody? And went 6 innings. And try to hold them off, give the offense a chance to catch up. It's only the 2nd inning.
That's hit to the right side, and Dansby couldn't get it. Braves had a shift on, but Schwarber still able to guide one through to continue the inning. Chris Bryant's coming up. He'll be the 9th man to bat.
Dansby got a bad jump on that. Lost it in the shirt sleeves and right behind home plate or not.
Well, that start of which you speak was on August 6th against the Marlins. When Lucas gave up homers to Ozuna and Real Muto and then mowed him down the rest of the way. He's lost the game 4-1 against Jose Urena that day. It takes a strike.
I can't swear to it. I don't remember for sure, but I want to say that 3-run homer that Ozuna hit he was ahead in the count on him too.
It's a 1-2 pitch. Yep. No balls and a strike. Part of the learning process, how to finish off hitters when you get ahead of them. Others have given up a bevy of 2-strike hits and homers in the second half. One today has him down 4-zip. Bryant lifts this one toward right. That'll be headed by Markakis, and the side is retired. The Cubs cash in 2 walks and a 2-strike home run off the foul pole. A grand slam for Rene Rivera. 387 feet, and the Cubs lead 4-zip. SEC Saturdays on South, presented by Ford. Catch Georgia Tech as they take on the Gamecocks of Jacksonville State. The action kicks off next Saturday at 12:30 Eastern on Fox Sports South and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. So John Lester, new life, leads 4-0 as the Braves come up in the third inning. Top of the order's coming up. Wind has shifted ever so slightly. It was blowing straight in earlier. Now it's starting to blow a bit toward the left field corner. Let's see if that helps the Braves right-hand hitters.
That's why that zero that the Braves put on the board at the top of the first really hurt, because of their opportunity to give Lucas Sims a chance to make a mistake and live to tell about it. Andrew had a good at bat his first time up, extended his hitting streak to 6 games, and continued a great road trip. 13 for 23.
And 175 hits now. 9 behind Charlie Blackmon for the National League lead in the hit column. No balls, 2 strikes. Taking a little low. It'll be interesting, I think, for the Cubs how they handle their catching situation come postseason time. Last year, David Ross was John Lester's personal catcher. David's retired. Rivera, a defensive specialist. As this one's hit towards short, and quick release gets Cincinnati for the first out. Almost certain that's why they brought in Rivera, to help Lester not have to handle the baseball at all. Sure. As we saw with that swinging bunt drive from Lucas Sims back in the second inning. Contreras out with a hamstring problem. Not heard a timetable as to when he'll be back, but he will certainly be another big piece for the Cubs come postseason play. Albies walked and was stranded at second base. Got the home plate umpire on the ricochet, and it's 0-2. Rizzo over to clean his spikes out. That'll give Manny Gonzalez a little extra time to shake that off. See the rest of the crew: Mark Carlson, C.B. Buckner, and Fielden Culbreth, the crew chief at third base.
Veteran major league pitchers hate making pitches like that one. You saw Lester's reaction to it. The heat being so far off the plate that the hitter
smoked into center field. Jay will try to cut it off, and he does. Ozzie, big turnaround. First heads back. They 1-out single.
They hate making non-competitive pitches that the hitter doesn't even offer. Good swing by Ozzie. Take another look at it. High leg kick, got that foot down and squared up that fastball.
So fast runner at first base, Ozzie Albies. Freddie Freeman the hitter. Freddie struck out his first time up. Lester's been in the stretch a lot, but he hasn't given up a run yet. Maybe this is the right time. Let's see the pitch. High fly ball hammered deep toward left. Schwarber on his way, and that ball's into the bleachers. A 2-run homer for Freddie Freeman, and the Braves have gotten 2 of those runs back. First pitch that Freeman hit hard in a while, and it went a long way.
He was a little late on some fastballs that first time up when he struck out. He wasn't going to be late again. Stayed back. Wants an extension on that one. Number 24.
So the Braves are back in the game now. And Kemp hits one a mile high to left. That one's got a chance. It's back-to-back homers for Atlanta.
On back-to-back pitches.
4-3 now.
Number 16 for Matt. Oh, he had a little cutter that came right to the barrel.
So the Cubs gave Lester a 4-run lead. Atlanta's come back with a couple of homers to make it a 4-3 game. Markakis the batter with one man out. Right there, a strike. Nick Offered at the plate. He's behind 0-2. That's hit toward Schwarber and left, who broke in and misplayed it badly. That's up against the ivy. And Markakis on his way to second. And the Braves are crushing these Lester pitches here in the third inning. That's 4 consecutive hits, and they have all been centered.
And they've all been bad pitches where John Lester's concerned in terms of location. This one is up, right down the middle. Nice inside out swing, and Schwarber circled the wagons.
So another visit by Chris Bosio, the Cubs pitching coach. Braves have come right back, made a game of it. They've got the tying run in scoring position for Kurt Suzuki. Fourth time this year, the Braves have hit back-to-back homers. Freeman and Kemp get it done here in the third inning. That's 16th, as Joe said. Freeman's 24th.
Second one for Freeman on the road trip. Remember that upper deck shot he hit in Philly off Eichhoff.
Kurt made the last out of the first inning. He's looking for his first base hit on the trip. And popped out play foul. That's a strike. That's rolled toward Bryant at third. Looks the runner back to second. Dansby Swanson will be the Braves hitter with 2 outs. When the Cubs activated John Lester, they decided to keep Mike Montgomery in rotation. That means Jake Arrieta was moved a day back. The Cubs are apparently going to go with a 6-man pitching rotation down the stretch, which means if the schedule holds, John Lester's next start, I believe, will come against the Brewers when they come back from Pittsburgh. It'll be next Friday. It'll be a huge series between those central rivals.
Lester signed a big contract with the Cubs as a free agent. His first year here didn't go very well. 11 and 12. Not a bad ERA, 3.34, but last year he was all John Lester. Last year, 19 and 5 with a 2.44 ERA. National League All-Star.
He is a big, strong man. You ever shake his hand?
Oh, yeah. Second in the Cy Young voting last year.
2-0 pitch. Broken bat, fly ball center. Jay on the run, still coming. Dives, and he makes the play. And that's the third out of the inning. Great catch by Jay to preserve a Cubs lead, but Atlanta gets 3 runs back. Freddie Freeman, a 2-run shot to left. On the very next pitch, Matt Kemp followed with a solo blast himself. And after 2.5, it's a 4-3 game. Back-to-back homers by Freddie Freeman and Matt Kemp. Now Lucas Sims' job, put a 0 on the board and get the Braves bats back in the game against John Lester, who has not been sharp in his return from the DL today. Rizzo, Zobrist, and Baez coming up for the Cubs. Strike 1 the count. Rizzo fouls it to the left side, and the count to him, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
If you're a pitcher looking in at Rizzo and seeing him crowd the plate, and you're thinking, okay, he doesn't give me much room to find a place for a strike.
Little pop that Dansby will track down.
Because he's big and he's got long arms and he can cover the outside third of the plate almost like a pitch down the middle. So if you then move off the plate outside, then you fall behind in the count.
Zobrist walked and scored on the Rivera grand slam. The pitch is taken low, ball 1. Most of the other action in the big leagues will be later on this afternoon and tonight. I'm sure Houston, Texas will be an incredibly emotional place where the Mets and Astros have a doubleheader on tap at Minute Maid Park. First games in Houston since Hurricane Harvey. Great gesture by the Astros. They've donated 5,000 tickets for each game of that 3-game series to. As that ball's hit a mile high to right. Marquez back into the well, reaches up and makes the play.
Whoa.
And Zobrist is robbed of a homer by the not so friendly confines.
Wow, I can't believe that ball stayed in the park. Man, oh man. First of all, it was hit into the well, so there's more room there. This ball was crushed. And you can see Lucas's reaction. He thought it was a homer. Fortunately, Nick didn't believe it. Wynn held it in.
So a long, loud second out. Back to Houston. The Astros have donated 5,000 tickets per game for local responders, police, firefighters, rescue people. Hopefully they'll be able to get to the ballpark.
I texted Terry Collins today and asked him about how things look down there, and of course they're downtown at a hotel. He said it's dry. He said, but downtown is a ghost town. Nobody here.
0-2 pitch. And Baez led off.
I know they called off school for the week.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'll resume on Monday or not.
Hopefully Major League Baseball can play even a very small part in what we hope will be the healing in Houston. As that one skips up there. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
As you said before, Chip, this guy wants to swing the bat. He's hard to walk.
That's hit a mile high to left. And Kemp will turn and watch that one sail out of here. Baez went to his home run trot very quickly. He knew he got it. Second homer of the day for the Cubs, and they extend their lead.
Another spinner. Cement mixer. You don't have to, need to, or want to throw him a strike when you get 2 strikes on him. So another mistake.
So that homer came on a 2-2 pitch. And the Cubs now have a 5-3 lead for Jason Hayward. Right now, Lucas Sims is working at warp speed. And maybe too quickly. That's going to bring Chuck Hernandez out as he just walked Hayward on 4 pitches.
Suzuki's barking at Manny Gonzalez, too. Lucas had a long look in on that pitch. Five home runs, now 7 home runs allowed by Lucas. But 3 have come in his last 4 innings, going back to his last start, where he gave up one to Cameron Rupp in his last outing.
Let's see if the Suzuki-Gonzalez discussion continues. If it does, we won't know. Kurt's staring at his pitcher.
See Kurt's reaction there after he caught it. That was a good pitch.
Joking around with his former Braves teammate Jason Hayward. The pitch. Ball one.
Sports Illustrated cover boys, and they were rookies. Jason and Freddie.
This one right at Nick Markakis, and that retires the side. The Cubs have hit two strike homers today. A grand slam and a solo shot by Javier Baez, and after three they lead it 5-3. Astros are going to be playing inspired baseball in that series, and certainly the rest of the season. And they're off to a great start as they're thumping the Mets. Thank you, Andre. John Lester back to work now as we've hit the fourth inning. 5-3, Chicago in front.
Had a wild game last night in Texas. Angels and Rangers. Brandon Phillips was the leadoff man for the Angels. Walked his first time up, scored a run in the first inning. And the Rangers wound up winning that game 10-9. Brandon was 1 for 5. Justin Upton also started, batted third. Phillips, Trout, Upton, and Pujols were the first 4 for the Angels.
A little different than when we saw the Halos, I think it's safe to say. Rio hits one mile high toward left. That one is in the basket, and it'll bounce into the stands.
Boy, John Jay hit the ball hard.
The ball is flying out to left. That's what Billy Williams said when he was a Cub. Hit it high and watch it fly. And a slugfest is brewing at Wrigley Field. The Braves are a run down.
Another good swing from Rio. short, quick front step, put the foot down. Pitch it was up a little bit. And for Ruiz, his third big league homer, and a meet and greet between John Jay and the Ivy.
Oh, he got lucky.
Yes, he did.
Oh, Rio Ruiz with an opposite field homer. His first home run since June 13th
And
at
off
the major league level.
And off a left-handed pitcher. It's a good sign.
Lester delivers a strike.
Sorry, Chip. I told you the left-handers weren't doing much against Lester. A 194 average. It's already 2 homers today by left-handed hitters. And you'd only given up 2 all year to lefties.
To right. And Hayward makes the play. Sims retired, 1 out. John Lester allowed just 21 homers last season, or I should say allowed 21. He's given up 23 homers this year, including 3 today. Again, he's just back from the DL. And as good as John Lester is, this is not the best John Lester the Braves have seen. They scored 4 times against him. They're in a 1-run game. To second, and Zobrist with the peg to first, 2 out. Braves have a dynamic young duo in Albies and Dansby Swanson. They had been hitting 7th and 8th on the lineup card. Right now, Brian Snitker's got them split up. Albies hitting second with the trade of Brandon Phillips to the Angels. But still, Dansby and Ozzie have done great work over the last 13 games. That's our Georgia lottery feature.
And check out those on-base percentages. That's what's so outstanding. Giving the pitchers an opportunity to move along either with a bunt or whatever. As you put it, to feed the top of the order where they've taken advantage.
Albies has been on base twice. He scored ahead of Freddie Freeman's homer. And he breaks his bat and singles to center. I know it's early, but it seems to me, Joe, that Mr. Albies has caught up to the speed of the game at the major league level. He does not look like an intimidated teenager, 20-year-old playing Major League Baseball.
You know what I like is how he's been making adjustments even in the course of a game against pitchers he's never seen before. You know, he swung and missed at a pitch before on this at bat, and then he got a changeup, and granted it was not where Lester wanted it, but from a timing standpoint, got himself a base hit on it. Big lead.
But a swinging bunt back to the mound. Lester will flip to first. That takes care of Freddie Freeman and the Braves, who get a run back. Rio Ruiz hits one against a left-hander a long way into the basket, into the seats in left field. And for 3.5, 5-4 now. Chicago the lead.
Unlimited baseball break, because you can't talk about the young talent in this organization without talking about the Braves' #1 prospect, Ronald Acuna, who was named August International League Player of the Month. He hit .364 with 30 RBI in 30 games. And let me remind you, he's currently the youngest player in AAA at 19 years old, and he's also the youngest player to ever win this award. So Chip and Joe, a lot to be excited about with that kid, a lot to be excited about with a lot of these prospects.
Yeah, it's terrific, Kelsey, to think about a guy like that playing for the Braves in Atlanta. It would appear that we will not see him until at the earliest opening day next year. Great year for him.
And there are myriad reasons for that, which we've talked about several times with regards to Acuna. But as we have said as well, the pipeline is filling up, and it's starting to flow toward Atlanta with terrific young major league players. As Lucas Sims just walked John Lester, who's got on base twice. Braves are trying to keep him in the game.
They're trying, and he was given a reprieve by being allowed to hit for himself in the 4th inning. It's got to be a walk high, doesn't it?
Let's see.
It is. Tied. No, it is the highest. 4.
It's the 4th time John Lester has earned a walk this year for the Cubs. So here's John Jay, the pitcher at first. About a 6-inch lead. 0-2. He's had Jay's number. He struck him out twice. Ian Kroll is getting ready in the Braves bullpen. And an opposite field hit for Jay. When the opposing pitcher gets on in a National League game, that is usually a big problem. And all of a sudden, Lucas faces one. 2 on, nobody out.
Especially leading off an inning. That's what you like. You like having that pitcher lead off an inning. You figure that's going to turn it into a 2-out inning. You have to get 2 guys. Here comes Brian Snitker.
And that's going to be the end of the line for Lucas Sims. Funny how the game works. Back in the 2nd inning, he was 1 strike and 1 out away from getting out of that inning without allowing a run. He hung a slider that Rivera hit for a grand slam. Then Baez hit a 1-2 pitch out for a solo home run, accounting for all of the Cubs' offense in the game. So he will leave trailing by a run, and Ian Kroll will face Schwarber with 2 on in the Chicago 4th inning. Fourth inning, Lucas Sims has been chased, and Ian Kroll is back in the big leagues. He missed 25 games after going to the disabled list on August 4th with a left oblique strain.
Yeah, he'd had some rough outings right at the end of July and early August, trying to nurse and work his way through that oblique strain. It just wasn't getting any better.
So lefty for Kroll as Schwarber pops one up and into the seats foul. It's a strike. Lefties have given Kroll trouble. They're hitting .299 against him this year. See if he can get Schwarber. As he missed upstairs. Ball one, strike one. One ball, two strikes.
There can be no questioning what the launch angle is on Schwarber's swing. It is bottom to top.
He's hit some tape measure shots in this ballpark. I think he hit one onto the scoreboard in right field.
I was here for that one. That was in the postseason. Ian Kroll taking a slow walk after not getting this call.
It's been that way all day for Manny Gonzalez, the plate umpire. Nobody's liking his strike zone. Pitch. Second walk of the inning, and the bases are loaded for Chris Bryant.
Not where you want to be in this part of their lineup.
Nope.
You've got to throw these guys a strike.
All started with the walk to the pitcher, leading off the inning. And Bryant behind, strike one. .25 homers, but 59 RBIs for the Cubs' third baseman. He's got three aboard here. The pitch. Chased it, didn't get it. 0-2.
He's got 25 and 59. Freddie Freeman 24 and 58. Freddie missed 7 weeks.
No balls, two strikes. Here it is. And Bryant down on 3 pitches. It's a nice comeback for Kroll. One out for Rizzo.
Nice job by Ian. Good pitches, didn't waste any time.
Rizzo is 9 for his last 19. He scored 7 runs in that stretch. He's 3 RBIs away from 100. The pitch is off the plate. I mentioned yesterday there have been only 4 men in Cub history that have had 30 or more homers, 30 or more doubles, and 100 or more RBIs in a single season. Rizzo's trying to join Hack Wilson, Billy Williams, and Sammy Sosa in that exclusive club. He's got the homers and doubles taken care of as he sits at 97 runs batted in right now. Smoked into the gap in right center field. That's going to score 2 for sure. Here comes Schwarber on his way to third. He's going to be waved. He's going to score. Rizzo to third. Throw gets away. It's a bases clearing triple, and Rizzo's got 100.
Even with Rizzo and Bryant up there, Ender is playing pretty shallow because of the wind, the way the ball's being held up. Rizzo tomahawked one up high in the zone, and when he got by Ender, he had a long way to go get it.
So 100 RBIs for Rizzo, the 3rd time in his career. And the Cubs offense, which was in high gear when the Braves got to town, continues to sizzle this afternoon. They've got 8. And 7 of the 8 belong to Lucas Sims.
Rizzo's 2 for 4 off of Kroll, a triple and a homer.
Now a little pop behind first. Markakis is there to make the catch. No advance by Rizzo. Zobrist pops out for the 2nd of the inning. Here's Baez. Baez hit a homer last time up. Ball, 1 strike. Smoked and fair. Baez brings home Rizzo. Big turnaround second, and he'll head back. 2 hits, 2 RBIs for Baez. It's 9-4 Chicago.
Down and in. Boy, did he do a good job of keeping this ball fair. Scorched. Right on the line. Fielding Culberth right there to see it. 67 RBIs for Baez. I'll say again, they haven't skipped a beat with Addison Russell out.
Nope. Here's Jason Hayward. He's walked twice, scored once.
This is what their offense has been doing since the All-Star break. Pounding the ball.
Remember, they had scored as many runs as they had given up at the All-Star break. Dead even. The run differential category. Counting today's play, the Cubs have outscored their opponents by 101 runs. That 101 run differential has taken place since the All-Star break. And they have outscored the Braves head-to-head so far, 34-13 in 6 games. neck and neck with the Dodgers. After the break, as Hayward pokes one to left, here comes Baez around third. He's going to score without a play. And the Cubs are pouring it on against Ian Kroll. That's 3 runs he's allowed since relieving Sims. Hayward, a 5-game hitting streak. He's knocked in 47 now.
Nice piece of hitting by Jason against the left-handed pitcher. Pitch that wasn't even a strike. Popped it the other way. 2 outs. Baez was off at the crack of the bat. Scored easily.
So the Cubs have 10 runs today. Remember, they scored 17 runs against the Pittsburgh Pirates before we opened up this series on Thursday night. And since the All-Star break, the Cubs have scored 10 runs twice. They've had games of 13, 15, 16, and 17 runs. They are on fire. And they have a very favorable schedule down the stretch. Most of their remaining games are within their division. Almost half of them are against sub-500 teams. It is there for the taking for the Cubs to win the Central and get back into postseason play.
Their offense has been so unbelievable that all the attention is shifted to starting pitching. And that's kind of funny, given who they've had. Hendricks was on the disabled list briefly. Lackey on the disabled list briefly. Lester on the DL. They picked up Quintana from the White Sox.
And he's been okay.
Yeah, he hasn't exactly dazzled everybody.
Nope.
And Arrieta is suddenly pitching like Jake Arrieta. He'll pitch tomorrow. So the question now, the focus now is on their starting pitching, and are they going to get the job done so that their offense only has to score 8 or 9 a night?
Yeah. No balls, 2 strikes for Rivera, the 9th man to hit the inning. It's the 2nd time in 4 innings the Cubs have sent 9 to the plate.
Cubs fans are loving this. Even though the Braves have hit 3 homers today.
Into the seats. Ball and 2 strikes.
This guy was a terrific pickup for the Cubs, not just because of his defense and because he can really throw and hold down a running game, but he's a good fastball hitter. And you can bat him 8th, have him run into a few fastballs, as he did when he got a hanging slider today, and contribute offensively.
Back to the mound, and Kroll makes the play to first to end the 4th inning. Chicago scores 5 more runs. 9 come to the plate. Rizzo's bases clearing triple, the big blow. today. 2 by the Cubs, 1 by the Braves, and Chicago scored 10 times in the first 4 innings against Sims and Ian Kroll. John Lester now has been staked to a 6-run lead. He's got to pitch through the 5th to qualify for the victory, with the Cubs comfortably in front. They face Kemp, Markakis, and Kurt Suzuki, who are up for the 3rd time against the Cubs left-hander. .82 pitches for Lester so far. There's that down and away strike that he needs. Got that one called.
Yeah, but 32 of them in the first inning.
So much more John Lester-like as far as the pitch counts are concerned. The last 3 frames. Jay on the run says he's got it, and he does. There's the first out. Nick Markakis has struck out and doubled today. He's 1 for 2. And 281 up to the minute. Lights have come on at Wrigley. Clouds have moved in on Chicago's north side after a sparkling start. Just a few light clouds were overhead at first pitch. Lester into his wind, the 1-0 pitch. Corner call. That's down the line and into the seats. Kelsey mentioned the new locations of the bullpens. The old locations right where that foul ball went. Up until the start of this season, the bullpens for the Cubs and the visitors were down the foul lines.
Won't be any fans stealing hats off Dodger pitchers anymore, will there?
That was so much fun watching that happen. Chad Kruger went crazy right to the stands. Strike 3, and Nick knew it. Lester got him looking. 2 outs. Cubs have added about 350, 400 seats as a result of that move to the bleachers for the bullpens. And why not? Still a tough ticket. With the Cubs having such great success now. Beautiful summer weather in Chicago. 2 outs. For Kurt Suzuki, who's hitless so far today. And a strike. Somebody called for time. I'm not sure who it was.
Well, there's a lot of guys moving around down there. Rivera started to move outside. Gonzalez was moving in to set up, and then I think it was Gonzalez that called time.
Popped out of play. We'll do it again. 0-2.
Well, he's got something in his eye. So many jokes.
0-2 pitch. Lester thought that was good enough. Didn't get it. 1-2 your count. Right off the end of the bat. And Lester will apply the tag to Kurt Suzuki, and John Lester has his second 1-2-3 inning. He's in line to win it 10-4. redcross.org or texting the word Harvey to 90999. By doing so, you make a $10 hurricane relief donation. Your donation enables the Red Cross to prepare for, respond to, and help people recover from Hurricane Harvey.
Good tonic, I would guess, for some of those people down there, just having something to take their mind off all the problems in the Houston area and the whole southeastern part of Texas with the Astros playing today at home and winning big. The Texan season about to start. All the great work that J.J. Watt has done. All the money he's raised. Good grief. Yesterday we reported it was over $14 million.
Amazing. Simply amazing. So Victor Caratini is going to hit for John Lester, who went 5 innings, 4 runs, 3 of them as a result of home runs. Lester scattered 8 hits. 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. First game back since shoulder and lat issues. I'm sure John's just happy to be out there again. He wasn't particularly sharp, but his offense picked him up with 10 runs. And Caratini got hit by that pitch. Ian Kroll's return from the disabled list has been, shall we say, not so good.
No. Is that an 0-2 pitch? He's not sharp. Hand is off. He did make some rehab appearances. 2 of them in the Gulf Coast League and a couple Gwinnett. No runs allowed.
Strike to John Jay. You mentioned the Astros are winning big today. Irony of ironies. The man that started for the Mets, Matt Harvey.
Oh, good grief. What are the chances of that?
Ground ball towards short. That should be 2. And it is. Jay's doubled up. It's a nice recovery by Kroll. Twin killing. And Kyle Schwarber's coming up. He's 1 for 2 with a walk and a run scored.
Ozzie Albies has done a lot to impress us, and offensively and defensively too. And I've talked about how aggressive he is playing second base. Well, watch this turn. We haven't seen too many feeds from short to him on double play balls. Perfect timing on the feed from Dansby, and an excellent turn from a guy who used to be a shortstop.
Yeah, before all the slide rule stuff went into effect, that was really a beautiful artistic part of playing second base.
Ballet.
It was how the defensive player could use the base to protect himself. The cat and mouse game between base runner and the feet of the man trying to turn the double play. A lot of that has gone the way of the dodo bird. 0-2 the count. Sharply hit. Dansby got that one. And his throw to first right on the money. And Kroll hits a batter, gets a double play, and then another ground out from Schwarber to send us to the 6th inning. Great play by Dansby. He'll lead off next.
And when you come to Wrigley Field, you know you're going to see some history. And there's so many unique features to this ballpark. And you heard Chip allude to one of those earlier, and that are the bullpens. Those are brand new so far this season. They used to be down the left and right field foul lines, and now they're underneath the bleachers. And we got an inside look earlier today. One of the most unique features of it is from the outside, it looks like the players cannot see out. But if you go inside, you can see that they can see out with one-way glass. They have seats that line up where they can see it. 2 full mounds, extremely spacious. But when I talk to the guys who have spent the games in the bullpen, they say you feel like you're on your own secluded island in there. It's very quiet, but it's very unique and cool to this ballpark. And that wasn't their original plan, but the ivy is a landmark here, so they weren't able to do the original plan. So those are the bullpens. They got Chip and Joe, and they're working out pretty well so far.
They better not touch that ivy, Kelsey. They know it's good for them.
Hector Rondon's the new Cubs pitcher, former Cubs closer, who had seasons of 29 and 30 saves back-to-back for Chicago. Saved 18 games last year. Then they got Aroldis Chapman, and now Rondon is setting up, I guess, for Wade Davis again.
Pretty nice guy to move down your bullpen order, right? High 90s fastball with a slider. That's pretty cool, Kelsey. That one-way glass is neat. If it is that quiet in there, the players probably feel like they've got their headphones on. You don't see a player now without earbuds or headphones on?
Nope, not too often. No balls, 2 strikes. Swinging bunt. Rondon slides, can't handle cleanly, throws late to first, and Swanson's aboard.
He's going to take that one.
Cubs got Rondon on a Rule 5 waiver claim.
No kidding. That's a steal.
Know where he came from? The team that they beat in the World Series last year, Cleveland. That was after the 2012 season. Rondon was the Cubs closer last year until July 25th. The Cubs had 59 wins through that date. He had 18 saves. The reason he had so few saves was the Cubs won 35 games by 4 or more runs.
Makes you wonder why they needed Aroldis Chapman.
That missed outside for Rio Ruiz, who hit his first home run against a left-handed pitcher. His last time up into the basket. Left field. 2 balls, no strikes. That's rolled foul, headed for the Braves dugout on the first base side here.
Sign of the times for the Braves last night. There's Fultonevich starting and Rio Ruiz starting at third base. 2 guys who came from Houston in the Evan Gattis trade. Tomorrow we'll see another product of a trade the Braves made around the same time, roughly.
Max Fried will get his first big league start. And according to the press notes, it's going to be Mike Montgomery, not Jake Arrieta tomorrow. And the Cubs are going with a 6-man rotation now that Lester's back from the DL, so all of their starters will get an extra day of rest. Another big advantage for the Cubs, who lead the National League Central. 3-2 pitch. Swing and miss. Leo didn't get it. There's the first out. Got extra bodies on the bench, more guys you can go to, and
Our first look at this young man.
Tony Sanchez will make his Braves debut. He's the man acquired for Brandon Phillips. While we were opening up this series.
He's hitting .272 at Salt Lake City. 4 homers, 40 RBIs in the Angels organization. Tyler Flowers on the shelf. They needed an extra catcher. Tony, as you saw, has major league experience. While with Pirates, he was a #1 pick, in fact, for Pittsburgh.
1 ball, 1 strike. And fouled away. It's 1-2. Ian Kroll gave up 3 runs in his 2 innings of relief. The pitch from Rondon is over the outside corner. Strike 3 call. Well, this is going to be interesting for the Cubs, I think. You mentioned, and I think rightfully so, one question mark they have is how good will their starting pitching be come playoff time. We saw what the Cleveland Indians did in the playoffs last year. When their starters had any inkling of any kind of faltering, they could go to a guy like Andrew Miller and he could pitch 2 or 3 innings and then come back a day or 2 later and pitch an inning and maybe get a save. I would imagine Joe Maddon's probably going to employ the same kind of philosophy for his staff when they get back to postseason play. It was a philosophy and strategy he used certainly in Game 7, and while unconventional and second guessed, it did work because they won the final game of the year last year. And a guy like Rondon, as you said, a guy with closing experience, can come in and maybe get a save in the 7th inning, and then you've got Davis maybe waiting to save it in the 9th. It's a nice weapon to have.
It didn't go exactly according to plan in Game 7.
No.
But it did work.
It was John Lester, you might recall, that came in relief, if memory serves, and pitched a bunch of big innings for the Cubs before he ran out of gas late. No balls, 2 strikes for Inciarte, who's 1 for 3. Now 2-2. Let's see where this got Ender. The helmet's off. He has not gotten up yet.
Missed the shin guard. On the inside of the ankle. On the instep.
He's going to give it a go. Rondon's going to try to deliver this pitch.
He's trying to figure out how can I move this and adjust it so it covers everything.
Popped up. Left side. And into the seats. Anthony, strike 3. Rondon strikes out the side after Dansby Swanson's leadoff hit. Bottom of the 6th inning, all Cubs. September 17th for Los Bravos Day and a celebration of Hispanic culture. Bring your flags and excitement to cheer on the Braves. The ticket package includes a reserved seat in the Los Bravos section and a signature Los Bravos cap. Make sure you stop by the Braves Clubhouse store and see all the new Los Bravos merchandise items. Go to Braves.com/Los Bravos Day today. Couple of changes for Atlanta. Lane Adams takes over for Ender Inciarte in center field. Adams will bat 9th. And Luke Jackson is back, and he's in his 36th game.
And his first since August 18th. He went on the disabled list with a sore shoulder, right shoulder strain it was called. Missed 12 games. He pitched a couple of games for Gwinnett. An inning and 2/3, 2 hits and a run.
So Jackson to face Bryant, Rizzo, and Zobrist here for the Cubs. And the first pitch hits Chris Bryant. He missed his target by 3 feet.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to say about that.
Neither did Brian Snitker. So here's Rizzo. He's singled, he's tripled, he's reached the 100 RBI mark, and he's scored 2 runs. And that one all the way to the backstop. Can we get a do-over?
These guys have been throwing, right?
I assume so.
I'm going to think maybe that hermetically sealed bullpen has something to do with it. Target blowing away right through the legs of the umpire.
$41,329. The attendance at Wrigley today. Two balls, no strikes. Mile high, fly ball to right. Rizzo's retired. Bryant hangs at second, one down. I'm dying to find out what's on the bottom of Rizzo's shoes. When he made his way to first base after he made contact, it looked like the bottom of those shoes were flashing.
Yeah, but remember those shoes that AJ had that were kind of chrome?
Yeah.
Is that what it looks like to you?
Well, like red lights, I mean, are.
Well, I think that's just carryover from last night for you. I don't know that it's really shoe related.
I only wish. Here's Zobrist. Ground ball to second. Runner will go to third. Ozzie Albies makes the play. 2 outs. And here's Javier Baez. This guy has a lot of pop.
I was asking some questions about Baez today of Cubs people because he's such an interesting player. And they said, yeah, we understand. Check out the bullpen. Yeah, they're happy. They understand that he kind of rubs opponents the wrong way with some of his things that he does. And like to steal a home the other day, and his rambunctious way that he runs the bases, their coaches say he has the best instincts of anybody on the team. It's not luck.
That one gets away. Suzuki with a backhand flip try, no chance. And how about the way the Cubs scored a run in that inning? Hit batsman, a wild pitch, a ground out, and another wild pitch. And this one is rapidly deteriorating into David Price yuck territory.
Nice try by Kurt. He did all he could to try and block it. Just couldn't corral it. To finish on Baez, they also said that when he first came up, there was a lot of youthful, immature exuberance, but that he's growing up.
I think that's one of the scary things about the Cubs team, and it'll be a scary thing for the Braves when it begins to happen for them. The core of this team is still very young for Joe Madden. Baez, Rizzo, Bryant, Russell, Schwarber, Happ. Hayward's been around a while, but he's under contract for a long time. I mean, these guys aren't going anywhere. And they're going to have the financial wherewithal to go out and get whatever they want and whoever they want. As far as pitching is concerned, because who wouldn't want to play in front of a lineup like this?
Apparently they got the financial wherewithal to do whatever they want. How many of these buildings do they have now?
I'm told 16 of them.
16 of the buildings across the street.
All the construction outside the park.
I'd say they're doing pretty well.
Rumor has it they're in line for their own regional TV network in the next couple of years. As this one's hit on the ground to short, pops out of Dansby's glove, and that's going to cost him.
Baez comes up a little gimpy. I look at Baez and I know that if Russell comes back, Russell's probably going to play. Wow, what a stretch by Freddie. Good try. Freddie never plays like it's 10 before the other team. That Baez will probably go to second. Zobrist will become the super utility player. But can you imagine Baez on anybody's team playing second base and giving that kind of offensive production?
Pretty remarkable. Here's Hayward. Baez at first after the E6. Jonathan Scope of the Orioles has hit 30 home runs at second base. That's just off the top of my head. Can't think of anybody else that's done what he and Baez have done.
It's kind of vintage Chase Utley stuff. When he was in his prime.
But I can't think of two players who go about their business on the field any more differently.
No, that's correct.
Than Utley and Baez. Two balls, no strikes. Cubs led this game 4-0. Braves came back as Hayward hits one high in the air to right. Markakis will have room and make the play. The Braves got to within a run a couple of times, but since then it's been all Cubs. They're gift wrapped a run in the 6th inning and lead by 7 now. September 8th, get their very own Dansby Swanson jersey koozie, where the Braves take on the Marlins and Giancarlo Stanton. Visit Braves.com/tickets and get yours today. Your unhappy totals: 11-4. The Cubs have the lead. As Joe said, the Braves have hit 3 homers today, but trail by 7.
Yeah, well, we got a good look at Jeff Porter there. That's always a bonus. This is Justin Wilson. He pitched here a couple of nights ago and struck out the side in the 9th inning.
Well, one thing Chipper Jones has always said, and he was right about a lot of things in baseball. One thing that is critically important in postseason play, in late inning situations, is strikeout stuff. I think it's safe to say the Cubs are starting to stockpile some of that. Sure. Wilson with Rondon, with Davis. And in an era where some say strikeouts don't matter, well, can't think of anything less true when it comes to postseason action. The ability to move up runners with any kind of contact, base hits, obviously, sacrifices, things of that nature. If you can cut that off with strikeouts, you end rallies and certainly prevent big innings. That's in for a strike. Ozzie was trying to get out of the way.
Not even being influenced by Ozzie's reaction to that. This strike zone today has been all over the place.
Yeah, I agree.
Inning to inning, it has changed. Sometimes you get the pitch, oftentimes you don't.
Three balls and a strike. Wilson pitched in 42 games with the Tigers this year. Eye-popping numbers. 40 innings, 55 strikeouts. With the Cubs, 11 innings, 12 strikeouts. So 67 strikeouts in 51 1/3 innings coming into action today. Not too shabby.
His four-seamer is in the upper 90s. His cutter is 91 to 93.
That's home to the roof to our right. Full count. And the importance of a guy like Wilson is very apparent when you consider who the Cubs' potential first-round matchup would be, the Nationals. This guy's job is going to be to neutralize the Murphys, the Harpers of the world. In the Washington lineup. Soon, of course, Bryce Harper's going to come back. Albies takes a walk. Good start to the Atlanta 7th.
Since July 17th, the Braves have gone 14 and 29, including today's numbers. Here's kind of what you can hang your hat on with respect to why it's 14 and 29. Runs per game, not bad. You know, they've been shut out a few times. It's kind of skewed that number a little bit, but still over 4 runs per game. Pitching wise, no. There's where you hang your hat. The ERA, starters ERA over 5. So this last month, in an effort to finish strong, as they did last year when they 30 of their last 50 or 20 of their last 30, that's what it was.
20 of 30.
20 and 10, yeah. Maybe they can put together a run like that, but it's going to require good pitching to do it. And we've said virtually all year, certainly when the team was playing well and got to 500 ball, that when they get a well-pitched start, they have a very good chance of winning because their offense has been good.
So which way do you think the Braves are going to go this offseason? We don't have the answer to this, so it's a rhetorical question, but with a starter's ERA over 5, a collective ERA of 5.14 means the bullpen ERA is even higher than your starters.
Right.
That seems like there's a lot of things that need to be fixed on a Braves pitching staff.
Well, what I'm hoping, and maybe we're seeing some of that, of what I'm about to say already. Sims freed tomorrow. I don't know if anybody else will get called up, but kind of get an idea on a couple of these young starters that are knocking on the door. See if they're kind of ready. If they're not, you may have to go out and get another veteran starter somewhere.
And do kind of what the Braves did this past offseason when they went out and got Bartolo Colon, Dickey, and Jaime Garcia.
Yes.
We were all in favor of that. In the case of all but R.A. Dickey, those moves didn't work out particularly well for the Braves.
Yeah, I don't know that they're going to need to go get a bunch of guys, 3 guys like they did this year, which they needed. Unfortunately, Bartolo did not work out while he was here.
Freddie takes a walk, back-to-back walks for Wilson.
But Newcomb, Sims, Freed, those are 3 young guys right there that you'd like to have a pretty good idea if they're really ready, so that when you go to spring training, you have something to base it on. Say, yeah, you know what, they did this, they did that. We think they could be in the rotation.
So that's 3 spots potentially.
Yes.
the Braves have a very inexpensive option on R.A. Dickey's services, and I say inexpensive based upon today's climate for starting pitcher salaries. I would think almost certainly he would be back. That's just a guess. And then you've got Fultonevich and Tehran. And we know that Julio has pitched very well away from SunTrust Park. I would imagine the final month for him is going to be a critical thing to figure out if he can figure out his home mound, because he hasn't by and large so far this year. Julio Tehran's a big piece of, I think, what the Braves are trying to do. He's a veteran pitcher now on a team that's got a lot of young starting pitching.
We were talking about Ronald Acuna earlier, and we said that we would see him at the earliest opening day next year because of roster issues and there's really no place for him to play right now with 3 veteran guys in the outfield. But my comments in the last few weeks where I've said, hey, bring them up, get them all up here. You know, I mean, that's easy for me to say because I don't have to massage the 40-man roster to get them up here and work them in. And in some cases, start their so-called clock. But the point of it is that it gives Brian Snitker and the front office a chance to see some of these young guys in advance and under the gun of Major League play in September to find out how they react and how they handle it.
1 ball, 1 strike for Matt Kemp, who's got a couple of hits, including a homer today. Get that one. Kemp 1-2 now.
I've said that a couple of times about Philadelphia. They're young pitchers. Some of them aren't pitching real well, but they're finding out a lot about them because they're getting a lot of innings. Eflin, Pivetta, Vasquez, and Nola were already here. Vasquez and Nola. They're finding out about some of their guys in advance to see if they're going to be part of the plan for next year.
Now the position players are starting to come for them with Hoskins. J.P. Crawford might be coming soon as well. As this one slowly rolled toward Bryant. Barehanded play, a beauty. Runners advance to second and third as Kemp's thrown out.
That was a good play. Wasn't that slowly hit to be able to barehand it and grab it.
So Nick Markakis the hitter. He struck out twice and he's got a 3rd inning double. The other thing that's often said in baseball is first we look at Bryant play. Chipper Jones like. The old saying, don't believe what you see in September, don't believe what you see in March. That, I think, makes it difficult too to evaluate what you really have if you're out of the playoff race, although it is still major league pitching, and that's a difference.
Yeah, I don't buy into that as much. Spring training I do, because you could see anybody from A ball down.
Sure.
But what you do see, and Brian Snitker uses this term quite a bit, you see how guys react to the second deck and the third deck and people in the seats and the atmosphere of the major leagues and how some guys are affected by it and some aren't. Don't even notice that there's people in the seats. Does the talent level get diluted when you expand your rosters beyond 25? Yes. Maybe you're facing some of the guys you face in AAA. It's not the same stadiums,
right?
Under the same pressure.
That ball's hammered toward the left field corner. That ball is well struck. That is fair and off the ivy. Nick Markakis has a 2-run double off Justin Wilson. Braves cash in his 2 walks. And the Braves have their 5th and 6th runs of the game. If there is a concern for Wilson, it's been walks. He's issued 8 of them in 8 innings since coming to the National League.
The old doubles machine. Nick Markakis. And the nice thing is the basket kept that one in the ballpark, so that get 2 guys in.
So that's the end of the line for Wilson. He retires one of the 4 hitters he faced. 2 walks come around to score. And Chicago's manager Joe Madden goes ever deeper into his loaded bullpen. Coming up Saturday, September 22nd, it's presented by Coca-Cola, and it's available for the first 20,000 fans at SunTrust Park. You know where to go, Braves.com/tickets. Another double, 2 more RBIs for Nick Markakis. The Braves are down 5 now as Koji Uehara is on to pitch.
Koji Uehara is also a guy who's had a lot of save experience with Baltimore and with Boston. His career ERA coming into this year in the big leagues was 2.53, so it's a run and a half higher this year. He's in the high 80s, doesn't throw hard, but has an excellent split finger pitch.
And he'll face Kurt Suzuki, who's 0 for 3 today. Lester started for the Cubs, gave up 3 homers in 5 innings, 4 runs allowed. The Cubs offense provided him with 7 runs against Lucas Sims, 3 against Ian Kroll, 1 from Luke Jackson. Lester in line for the victory today. The Braves have 8 outs left. Ballpark has been pretty hitterish today. The wind blowing from right to left toward the left field corner. Smoked into left field. That's a base hit. Here comes Markakis. Ball dropped by Schwarber. A run's going to score. And the Braves add another one. It's 11-7. So 3 runs charged to Wilson in 1/3 of an inning. And that's Kurt Suzuki's first hit of the road trip.
Looked like he got a high strike called on him the first pitch of the sequence, and then he didn't miss this high strike. Fastball. You know about Kurt and fastballs. Didn't miss that one. And that bobble by Schwarber, not ruled an error. It's an RBI for his hit too.
So the Braves not rolling over this afternoon. They're down 4. As we've said so many times, they do such good work in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings. And another shot. This one headed for the corner. Suzuki around second, on his way to third. Schwarber picks it up. And Dansby will settle for a double. They're at second and third for Atlanta. 2-hit game for Swanson. Natives getting a little restless here at Wrigley.
Another bell-tie fastball running into Dansby. Good turn for him. 2 hits in 2 innings. Slow roller. Oh, rip into left field. Ron Washington wisely holding up Suzuki at third base. Still down by 4.
Ruiz, the 7th man to hit in the inning. A strike.
Two walks to start the inning. Got it going. Both scored. Two good splits in a row. Dying at the plate.
No balls, 2 strikes. Split finger pitch was one of the great pitches of the decade of the 80s. Bruce Sutter, former Cub, former Cardinal, former Brave.
Morris.
This is pretty good too, isn't it?
That was slider.
Line to second. And where was Dansby going? Braves ran into a double play.
Had to have forgotten how many outs there were.
So Atlanta settles for 3 in the 7th inning. A base running blunder cost them a chance to add on. At the stretch, Chicago maintains its lead. Humanitarian carries Sinise. We join you for the bottom of the 7th inning, where the Cubs lead is 4 runs. A 4-run shot off the bat of Rivera, the big blow in the early innings today.
Hanging slider. That was not the last one that Lucas hung. Rough day for Lucas Sims, but the Braves are fighting back.
So Lou Jackson's job, hold them right here. Can't give the Cubs any more runs. Rivera down a strike at the 4 o'clock hour in Chicago, and high fly ball rifled off the ivy and left. And Rivera slams on the brakes. You said he could hit a fastball. Did he ever?
He just needed elevation. Low fastball at that. Good play by Kemp to hold him to a long single.
So Tommy LaStella will come on and hit for Uehara. Gave up a couple of hits. Took advantage of a base running mistake by Dansby Swanson to get out of the
Top of the 7th. Tommy La Stella hitting over 300 for the Cubs. One ball, one strike. Tommy played 93 games for the Braves back in 2014. Made 251. Drove in 31 runs, made 6 errors, 328 on base percentage.
Where's his hometown?
Gloucester, New Jersey.
Yeah, I want to say he made his debut in interleague play at Fenway Park.
Might have. Let's see here. 2014. Yep, May 28th. First big league hit came against his teammate, now John Lackey.
Huh.
He's with the Red Sox. Tommy was a good hitter with runners in scoring position. Hit lefties well. First big league homer came against Steven Strasburg. The Braves traded him to the Cubs for Arodys Vizcaíno.
He looks to be in really good shape. Real trim.
Ball 4 in the dirt. And Jackson in the soup again. 2 on, nobody out.
That's enough for Brian Snitker. I don't blame him.
Yeah, I was going to say he's not the only one. An inning plus. Jackson will be taken down. He gave up a hit, a walk, no strikeouts, 2 wild pitches, and a run so far. The men aboard his responsibility in the Cubs' 7th inning. So far at Wrigley Field in Game 3, Cubs 11, Atlanta 7. Sam Freeman is going to come on now and face the top of the Cubs batting order.
And you might say, why is Sam being used here? Well, I think it's pretty obvious that Brian Snitker is proud of his offense and his team for fighting back, getting back into this ball game, only to have a base hit, a 4-pitch walk. So he's going to bring in Sam here to try to finish this inning off without any more runs scored to give the Braves a chance of coming back. They're only 4 down in this ballpark. That's nothing.
And Cole and Jackson have given up 4 runs that are the difference in the game right now. So let's see if Sam Freeman can wiggle out of this mess. Boy, he has been a revelation for the Braves. A very reliable pensman for Atlanta this year.
Yeah, he's been so good.
Cubs lucky. If Jay doesn't get the bat up, that ball smokes him, and it was following him out of the batter's box. That's how far off target Freeman was with that pitch. That's 5 feet.
Glad it got the bat, not him.
Pretty bunt. Jay moves the runners up to second and third on the sacrifice. That's 5-3. And Howard Almora is going to come on and hit for Schwarber.
Now 35 sacrifices for the Cubs this year. That's quite a good number for them. Joe Madden not a big fan of that. They have more sacrifices than their opponents.
Infield in and high to Almora. He started game 1 of the series and went 1 for 4 with a walk. And a pinch hit assignment in the 8th inning yesterday and flat out. Good pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You figure he's going to go in for defense. Jay will probably move to left. So why not pinch hit for him? Why leave Schwarber up there to try and hit off the left-hander?
Almora, the 6th overall pick in the draft 5 years ago. Get it? 2. Out of Hialeah, Florida. Last year hit .277 in 47 games.
Only John Jay has more RBIs pinch hitting than Almora this year too for the Cubs.
What a stop.
Beauty. Well done, Mr. Kurt. Well out in front of the plate. Could have gone anywhere. Nice play by Suzuki.
Up the middle, and Dansby can't get it. Infield in. Earns Almora a hit and 2 RBIs. If they're back, that's a double play ball. No such luck. Cash in the runs against Luke Jackson. He's given up 3 today.
Mr. Almora now has the team lead in pinch hit RBIs. Oh, he just reached out one-handed that, a backdoor slider attempt. Didn't hit it hard, hit it in exactly the right place.
So Freeman got 1 out, gave up 1 hit. No walks or strikeouts. And Ryan Snitker's on his way to the mound. The Braves will make a couple of changes, it appears, here in the bottom of the 7th inning. The Cubs scored 2 more. It's 13-7 as they continue to bat in the bottom of the 7th inning. Switch for the Braves. Jace Peterson takes over at third base. He'll bat ninth. And the Chief is on for his 55th appearance.
Has had 4 days rest. Last pitch to Philadelphia, third of an inning. 2 hits, 2 walks, 2 runs. Some parts of the year for Jim Johnson were really good. As the Braves closer, second half has not been kind to him.
No balls and a strike. As we move to the 4:15 mark Central Time, shadows creeping across home plate. Hitters get a little bit of relief when the clouds cover up the sun. As that would miss down our way, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Takes care of Chris Bryant. Bryant has struck out a couple of times, make it 3 times in this game. And that's the second out of the inning.
Good breaking ball from Jim.
Every Cub who has started this game has scored at least 1 run. And that includes John Lester, their starter, who had a single and a walk. Here's Rizzo in the dirt. Ball 1. Suzuki held it there, but didn't get the call. 2-1 the count.
Box track shows you it was a good pitch too, but today you never know.
Ground ball to second. Mora skips over the baseball. Rizzo rolls out. And that retires the side. The Cubs had 2 more in the 7th. They lead 13-7. And before we get to the 8th inning, let's check in with Atlanta for today's big story. Wish we had better news to report. It's 13-7. Braves with 7 runs on 12 hits. I've seen the bullpen have a real rough time of it so far today. They have given up 8 runs. That's not right. They've given up 6 runs in today's play. As the Cubs go to their bullpen, Almora stays in the game as well. Lester, Rondon, Wilson, Uehara, and now Felix Pena,
who also has a terrific arm. He's in the upper 90s with a slider. Yeah, the bullpen is going to have to be addressed in the offseason too, Chip. You could go back and find numerous games where the offense did what they've done today, fight back, only to have to keep coming back against add-on runs that were produced against our bullpen.
Lane Adams takes downstairs. Remember, Ender Inciarte had to leave this game after he fouled the ball off his foot. We have not gotten any report on
maybe
Ender.
Maybe that was a time when they were making a pitching change, so they used a double switch that was convenient to.
I'm hoping that that was the main reason.
Yeah.
But he did not look comfortable after he fouled that ball off his body.
It was 10-4 at that point, and maybe Ryan used that as a reason to get him out. Three and 0. Rivera out to remind Pena this is how it got started last inning. We won't walk anymore.
Pena was an undrafted free agent by the Cubs. Made his major league debut last year, 11 games, 13 strikeouts in 9 innings. And a 4-pitch walk starts off the 8th.
He's going to feel like Brian Snitker today. Going to find somebody to get outs.
Here's Jace. Ball 1.
Six straight.
We haven't even touched on this with September, and the Braves looking at a lot of young players and some, frankly, rehabbing players in September. A lot of discussion around Major League Baseball last year with the expanded rosters and the effect that has on some of the games. Remember, Washington had, it seemed, 40 guys on their 40-man roster in September to try to push themselves toward postseason play. Do you think we're going to get to a point where we have more of a hockey-like system? You can have 30 roster spots and 3 healthy scratches or something like that, instead of all these unknown commodities coming in and affecting playoff races or pennant races?
I'd like to think so. It'd be a great idea.
What we mean by that is, let's say you have a reliever who you're trying to evaluate. He comes in. Let's use A.J. Minter as an example. If you're not going to pitch him on back-to-back days, you pitch him on Monday. He's on your healthy scratch list and unavailable for the next day. And then you just rotate him back in. As Pena issues another walk. Missed with 8 straight.
Love it.
All help appreciated in a 6-run game.
See,
and this is an example of it.
Right. Well, Madden's on his way out. He's
right.
seen enough also.
So Pena can't retire anybody. He walks the first 2 he faces. 8 straight balls, and Joe Madden doesn't want to chance this game. We're in a tight race with the Milwaukee Brewers in the Central. They have a comfortable lead, but the way the park's playing, 6 runs might not be enough for the Cubs to hang on. We're about to find out if that's the case. Which debate is one of the greats in professional sports, but this is also a pretty good one. Chicago style deep dish or New York style thin crust pizza, which do you prefer?
You asking me? New York.
New York, really?
That is
I would be
mighty pretty though.
I would be all over that.
I know you
right
would.
about now. And as Carl Edwards comes on, he's got Ozzie Albies up there. Ozzie's been on base 4 times today. 2 walks, 2 singles, and 2 runs scored. He's hitting .283 all of a sudden. Very interesting exchange when Joe Madden handed Carl Edwards the baseball to start this sequence.
Gave him a mandate, didn't he? No base runners.
Not with Freeman, Kemp, and Markakis coming up. So Edwards the MVP of the inning. He threw a strike. And backed Ozzie up. 1 ball, 1 strike. Back our way, and thankfully on the roof. 1-2. No swing. And the count to Ozzie, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Spazio was kind of looking in at Manny Gonzalez when he was walking off the mound, like with his palms down, like, you know, it's okay, it's all right, everything's okay. But both sides have been barking at him today for a strike zone that's been very portable.
Full count, nobody out.
.6'3", 170 for Edwards. Tall drink of water, but throws hard and has a good curve ball. 95 plus.
One of 11 pitchers used in today's game. We're in the 8th pitch. Swing and a drive deep toward right, but Hayward's there and makes the play. Adams tags up and moves to third, and Ozzie finally retired, but he smoked that ball, but right at Jason Hayward.
And I mean to tell you, put a good swing on it. Good at bat.
So the first out of the inning brings up Freddie Freeman. He has struck out, homered, tapped to the mound, walked, and scored 2 runs. Long one here, and you've got a 3-run game. High fly ball hit toward left. Jay into the well. He can't get it. It's off the base of the fence. 1 run scores. Freeman stands at second, and the Braves down 5 runs. A 2-base RBI hit for Freddie Freeman.
Keep it going, offense. Another good swing by Freddie, who was a little out front his first at bat today against Lester. Since then, his timing's been awesome. And I'll tell you something here, This could have been a 2-run hit, except that the ball, when it came off the wall, kind of got trapped there by John Jay. If that comes off the ivy and the brick wall like it normally does, he'd have had to chase it back toward the infield, and Jace might have been able to score.
Kemp had a good cut, fouled it back, strike one for the Braves left fielder. Kemp and Freeman hit back-to-back homers in the third inning on back-to-back pitches. First 2 hits for Kemp in this series. He also had a first inning single. The Braves loaded the bases with 1 out against John Lester and couldn't break through. That sequence looking bigger and bigger. Ball 1, strike 1. That's hit toward third. Bryant grabs and fires across in time. That'll score a run. Jace Peterson, the second man to score in the inning. Freeman has to hold at second. The Braves are down 4 now. It's 13-9. Give Kemp his second RBI of the day. Now Markakis the batter. Another left-handed bat. Another 2-double game for the Braves right fielder. She called him a doubles machine. Since his debut in 2006, Nick Markakis has 48 2-bag games. So both these runs belong to Pena. Freeman is Edwards' responsibility, and he's at second base with 2 out.
Both Rivera and Suzuki will sleep well tonight. Offer ahead in the count. Nick able to lay off. They are playing him a little more to left field in the outfield now. And a better outfielder in left field than John Jay. Cheating a little more toward the line. Got another idea about how to limit trips to the mound by the catcher.
Okay.
Charge a ball.
Every time they go?
Every time you go, it's a ball on the hitter.
That's a great idea. Don't know by now, makes you wonder. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Launched foul at third. Wilson Contreras, the injured Cubs catcher, is the guy that got a lot of attention for all the mound meetings he initiated in postseason play, and especially so in the World Series. He was out there almost every other batter, it seemed. 1 ball, 2 strikes again.
low.
I agree with that one. The 2-2 pitch. I'm glad this was called a ball.
He's well wide.
3-2. Three-minute second. Braves have scored twice in the 8th. Here it is. That one caught the outside corner, and Edwards gets out of the jam. Good hook from Edwards. Braves settle for 2 thanks to the back-to-back walks. They'll go to the bottom of the 8th. To have trimmed the Cubs lead to 4 again. As you see, Chicago has scored in every inning but 2. Jim Johnson will hope to join Sam Freeman as the only Braves pitchers not to be scored upon in the game. Jim got Bryant and Rizzo in the 7th inning. He's got Zobrist, Baez, and Jason Hayward in the 8th now. Ball 2, strike 1. We wrap up the series tomorrow. It'll be a fun day for Max Fried. He'll make his first major league start. Face Mike Montgomery for the Cubs. The Braves are back home for a long homestand. Slow roller hit towards second. Play at first made by Albies. Zobrist retired. He's 0 for 4. To join us at SunTrust Park. The Texas Rangers will be in for 4 games. The Miami Marlins will be in for, Texas will be in for 3 games. The Marlins will be in for 4 games. After an off date September 11th, Braves will head to Washington for a brief 3-game trip. Then the final homestand, the Mets, Nationals, and Phillies. Final home game for the Braves in their inaugural season at SunTrust Park is September 24th. 1:35 date with the Phillies. Broken bat. Dansby's got it. And Baez retired. So 2 weak ground balls from Jim Johnson this inning. 3 weak ground balls on the 4 outs he's recorded. And here's Hayward. Jason, 2 walks, an RBI single, a run scored. He's also popped out. Jason will take a 5-game hit streak into action tomorrow. It's Brian Densing in the Chicago pen. Ball, no strikes. I'm sure that's awkward for the visiting teams to manage. You're so used to seeing the opponent's pitchers warming up, and you can instantly identify them. I'm sure there's TV monitors downstairs where that can be handled, but just the extra time and getting out of the habit of looking to the pen and looking at a TV screen must be a bit disconcerting.
You know, with the way that the bullpens are arranged in a lot of ballparks, though, I think at Turner Field,
swing and a drive, a line drive bullet off the bat of Jason Hayward. There's a brave soul out there that tried to catch that ball. I hope they got their hands out of the way, because that baby was coming to eat.
It was a missile. Jason loves the ball out away from him. And this one was, and boy, did he put a good swing on it. Target was down and in, but it tailed back to the middle of the plate. No doubter. His 9th.
So the Cubs 14 now, Atlanta 9. Lucas Sims gave up 7. The Pens given up 7. That's not a good recipe.
Not normally.
Home runs by Rivera, Baez, and Hayward. In fact, Rivera, a grand slam for his first homer as a Cub. That's a nice way to break in for Chicago. He's added a single and has scored 2 runs. So that part about his homer, it was on an 0-2 pitch. One of 61 2-strike homers the Braves have given up this year. Strike 3 called, and that sends us to the 9th inning. Chicago gets a Jason Hayward homer. They extend their lead. It's 14-9.
Braves and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Atlanta Braves.
Well, after 8 innings, we have seen 12 pitchers, 11 walks, 6 homers, 25 hits, and 23 runs. And neither the Braves nor the Cubs are done yet. Brian Dunsing is on for his 59th game, and he's got Suzuki, Swanson, and the pitcher's spot coming up.
Third straight game for him. 59th overall. Just a third of an inning on Thursday night to retire Ender Inciarte. And a third of an inning yesterday. And that was also to retire Inciarte.
Can't hang this one on the Atlanta offense today. The Bravos were shut out on 4 hits yesterday. The Braves have scored 9 times today. But Lucas Sims gave up 7. Cole, Jackson, and Jim Johnson gave up a combined 7. And that's where we stand entering the 9th. Art Suzuki's first hit on the road trip was a run scoring single back in the 7th. Strike. Wilson and Dunsing will be incredibly important left-handed relievers for Chicago come full season time. As that one's off the plate. Wilson did not have a good day today.
No.
He gave up 3 runs thanks to 2 walks and a hit in just a third of an inning.
Yeah, and even though they've called up some guys, activated Grimm from the DL, maybe they've got more to call up. They've only got 2 relievers in their pen right now. 8 right-handed relievers.
Lined into left field, a base hit.
He didn't get any cheap hits, does he?
Nope. He's a gamer.
He might bloop in one here and there, but boy, everything else just rings when he hits it. High fastball.
Whack. Dansby the hitter. Matt Adams will be next. He's on deck. 14 Atlanta hits. Rivera smothers that. Houston's beating the Mets 12-7 after 8 in game 1 of that doubleheader down at Minute Maid Park. Yankees beat Boston today 5-1. Cardinals lead the Giants 1-0 after 5 out in San Francisco. That got away from Rivera. Suzuki moves up 90 feet and takes away the double play chance.
That may be a pass ball.
It is. Two balls, no strikes. can see the effect of the shadows now. The left field grandstand shadow all the way out past the pitcher's mound. As the 2-1 pitch comes home and it's grounded to the right side. Now his pick. Runner to third, close play, and they got it. Braves going to take a look at this one.
No, that wasn't an automatic call. Mark Carlson called him out because it was a routine play, but I thought Dansby hustled down there to beat that out. Eddie immediately reacted, and in the 9th inning, you got to take a chance. Fans are reacting too.
I think he beat it.
Absolutely did.
Gotta love seeing that. Still fighting, still playing hard, playing the game the right way. Swanson busting it down the line on what appeared to be a routine ground ball that could put 2 on for Matt Adams, who's going to hit for Jim Johnson. And the call on the field was out. Unfortunately for the Braves, the replay officials have to find enough evidence to overturn the call. New York is taking a long time to figure this one out. It was close.
Foot's on the bag. Ball is not yet into the glove. That's safe.
And what scares you in a situation like this when they take such a long time, that's because apparently they haven't found enough evidence to overturn it. But the verdict is in and he is safe. All right. Got it right. Good hustle by Swanson.
Absolutely good hustle.
So a 3-hit day for Dansby.
That's why you run everything out. That's why you hustle down the line. You never know who's going to take too much time, who might bobble. If you just halfway it down there, that's an easy out.
Adams is the Braves pinch hitter. Almost positive that's Dansby's first 3-hit game since he came back from AAA. And a little squibber hit towards second. They'll go to second. One on to first. Late. A run is in. Give Adams an RBI on the force play. Suzuki scores for the first time.
Pretty good throw by Baez, standing flat-footed.
And Joe Maddon's going to have to make another pitching change. So Dunsing gets 1 out, gives up 2 hits, a run so far, no walks, no strikeouts. If nothing else, the moral victory again for the Braves is they're forcing the Cubs to use a lot of their bullpen in a game they probably felt they had in hand. Give the Braves credit. They are fighting back again in the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th innings. They've scored 6 runs in those 3 frames so far. They need a couple more. during the game, and then after the game, indie pop group Fits in the Tantrums performs a free post-game concert. Field passes are available. They're $20 each. Go to Braves.com for more information. Wade Davis is coming on. He is perfect in saves, 28 for 28.
Earned one of them last night. Yesterday afternoon, he walked the first batter he faced. That's the first leadoff walk he had issued all year. Struck out Matt Kemp to end the ball game to get that save. (14-10).
Field goal won't win it. Got to get a touchdown. Runner at first, one out. Lane Adams digs in. And sweeps off the plate. This guy has done a terrific job for the Braves. Love watching him run. Play all the outfield spots for you. He pinch hits. And 2 pinch hit homers, 10 RBIs, which is tied for the team lead. Batting .283 overall. This is 61st game, 54 at bats now.
Yeah, I was disappointed when he got sent down the last time. He was playing well, but kind of got squeezed by numbers when the Braves had to activate someone from the DL, and didn't take long at all to get him back.
Low foul. 2 balls and a strike. Davis is the 8th Cubs pitcher to work today.
Not something you usually have to do when you've scored 14 runs.
Two balls and a strike. Runner at first goes, and it's out of play. Now the 2-2 pitch. Matt Adams runs again, and Lane squibs one up the middle. Baez hurries, gets his man. Adams high stepped it down the line, was out by a step. Now the Braves are down to their final out. It's Jace Peterson.
Bad that Davis didn't deflect that just a little bit. With Lane Adams running, no way they would have gotten him.
One ball, no strikes. 5 o'clock Central Time. Braves are hanging on by a thread. Need a lifeline. Need base runners. Need somebody to pop one. And up against Wade Davis. In a non-save situation. The Cubs want to salt this away. Put a little pressure on Milwaukee, which hosts Washington shortly. The pitch. Grounded foul.
A lot of really good at-bats today by the Braves offense. Eight strikeouts for the Cubs today, but the pitchers offensively for Atlanta, they have really swung the bat well.
Line drive into right field. That's a base hit. Matt Adams around third. He's going to score. Peterson's on his way to second. The Braves aren't done yet. Those runs belong to Dunsing. Peterson with an RBI. He's already walked and scored. And the Cubs collars get a little tighter.
Another pitch up. Neither side's missed a mistake today. They've just teed off. And the guy who's had a terrific day offensively steps in.
Albies has gotten on base 4 times. The one time the Cubs retired him, it's a line drive at right at Jason Hayward in right field. That one bounces way in front of the plate. No chance for Rivera to stop that. And Peterson up to third on a wild pitch.
I don't remember a day where I've seen worst relief pitching ever. That cutter, I guess, it was a breaking ball, about a 57-footer. Both sides. It has been horrendous.
Cubs have given up 7 runs in 3 2/3 innings of relief. Braves have given up 7 in 5 innings of relief. For the strike. (14-11). One ball, one strike.
Get Ozzie on, get Freddie up there with a chance to represent the tying run. Let him do his thing.
Great stop. Two balls and a strike. The Braves down to the last strike. Ozzie get that foot down and time a Davis pitch. We're about to find out. The 2-2.
Braves have scored 7 runs the last 3 innings, the typical 7th to 9th inning work. But every time they scored in the 7th and 8th, the Cubs came back and scored in the bottom half of the inning.
Good at bat, full count. Line toward left. That's slicing toward the seats and into them. Do it again.
Kid stepping out, getting himself together, collecting himself.
Another 3-2 pitch. Ground ball right side, a base hit for Albies. The Braves aren't done yet. It's 14-12, and Atlanta will bring the tying run to the plate thanks to Ozzie Albies' third hit of the game. He's reached in 5 of his 6 trips to the plate.
Like I said, some great at-bats today. This is right there with him. His 13th RBI. Through the hole, and the tying run comes to the plate. Hello.
So Chris Bosio and Joe Madden have worn a track to the pitcher's mound from the Cubs dugout. The Braves have done the same. It has not been an artistic pitching performance by either staff today. Yet here we are, a 2-run game in the 9th inning. And Freddie Freeman coming up. Freddie's got a double and a homer. He's knocked in 3 runs. His homer went to left. It came on the first or second pitch he saw from John Lester. A long one here would tie the game.
Hit the ball hard yesterday off Davis, but it was into a 4-6-3 double play.
Runner goes. The Cubs let Albies take second base. So that takes away a force play on a hard hit ball. Right there, a strike.
Davis had trouble with that curveball today, bouncing it up there. May not have a lot of confidence in it.
Time call, and it was by Rivera. He makes another trip to the mound here. Again, a little thing may mean something important today and tomorrow. Davis has thrown 19 pitches now. The Braves have Vizcaino and Ramirez getting ready in case Freeman gets a tie.
Trying to keep that cutter in on Freddie's hands. He doesn't want to make a mistake with it in the middle of the plate.
And Atlanta down to its last strike. Albies protected the plate and guided a base hit to right that scored a run. And Freeman keep the game alive.
Davis has given up 4 homers. A mistake here might tie the game.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. He struck him out, and the Cubs survive. The good news is the Braves scored 12 runs on 18 hits. The bad news is 12 runs and 18 hits weren't enough today because the Cubs scored 14 times and they've won 3 straight in this series and have a chance to sweep Atlanta here tomorrow afternoon behind Mike Montgomery. Joe, got to figure out this Braves bullpen. It was not good today and it was very costly.
Well, it was very costly. The offense kept doing their thing. They just couldn't stop the Cubs. Hopefully tomorrow they can salvage 1 game of the season series.
As bad as the Pens were, the game decided by the starters. Lester beats Sims. Game 4 tomorrow. We'll preview it on Braves Live, presented by Xfinity next.